Hi everyone, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on the second day of the Youth4Climate event. I'm very excited to be your moderator for the morning session. So I'm Omnaya Al-Omrani. I'm the COP27 President Youth Envoy from Egypt. And I was also previously a Youth4Climate delegate, not many long time ago. So I'm very happy to be here with you all today. So we have an exciting session prepared for the morning, but I'm going to take you a bit through how the day is going to look like, which is very exciting, one session after the other. But today's event, we're going to start with a high-level plenary event featuring an interactive dialogue with our distinguished speakers, but also with you, and we'd love to listen to your comments and to your questions, so keep them coming. Unfortunately, due to current challenging circumstances, Her Excellency Shaiman Mazroui, the COP28 Youth Climate Champion, will not be joining us, but we have her amazing team with us, both Fernando and Zan. So they will be there for any of your questions or comments, and very excited to listen to you. And then afterwards, we're going to have a youth-led session on climate justice. And we're going to explore its meaning, but also how we can achieve that together as young people. And then we're going to have a lunch break. So disclaimer, we would love for you to also come to the interview corner to share with us your thoughts about the event, how you feel, and what would you like leaders and the audience that is also joining us online to learn about your experience being in Rome. And then the day is going to conclude with a networking event where the private sector is going to engage with the young experts and professionals who have been joining us in the event. And then before I start and dive into the heart of our first session, I'm very excited to present to you a video that is put together by the amazing team of Connect for Climate. And it will provide us with background information as well as sharing the beautiful experience young people are here to celebrate today. So allow me to introduce the video.
Hi.
Hello everyone.
Hi everyone.
Hello there.
Hi.
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 Hi. Hello.
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 Hello. Hello.
Bonjour.
Bonjour à tous.
Namibia is one of the African countries that experiences massive drought events due to climate change.
Mongolia is one of the most risk-prone countries when it comes to climate change.
Even after devastating missile attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, we see hope in rebuilding our energy system.
There has never been a more urgent need for our solutions.
And that is why myself as an innovator, I decided to step up.
This is our project.
Our priority is to engage children and young people.
A self-paced course on climate change and human rights in Georgian language.
Mental health support for climate vulnerable youth.
Create the first indigenous youth rights and policy school.
Mainstreaming climate education and climate literacy in the national curriculum of Seychelles.
The project aims to educate the head, the hands, and the heart.
Our goal is to make clean cooking stoves.
We are committed to doing more when it comes to the development of microgrid projects in Africa.
By installing a 9-kilowatt mini-grid that provides clean energy to 2 rural schools.
We want to address the problems around school electrification.
Push a wave of new generation to use electric vehicles.
Harvest the kinetic energy of the moving vehicles and convert it into electrical energy.
Help to improve air quality all around Chile.
Our main objective is to plant seeds and seedlings on the ground, but also in people's hearts and minds.
An agriculture cooperative. To promote nature-positive agroecological farming practices
by implementing regenerative agriculture practices
based on dynamic agroforestry.
I see this type of food production as the future of farming.
We want to help people experience first-handedly this joy and love for working with the earth.
What we aim to do with this project is installation of algae bioreactors.
Decrease their vulnerability and raise their awareness on disaster risk.
Employing over 1,000 small waste collectors by 2030.
Leveraging emerging technologies such as AI and telemedicine.
A mobile app to turn plastic waste into affordable, sustainable school desks.
Say no to plastic. Let's start recycling.
Our model is scalable and it's sustainable,
so that even more people can benefit from the solution.
Together, we can make a difference and promote resilience in the face of climate-related impacts.
The fight for climate action starts with us.
Let's grow together.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's be the change makers together.
Arrivederci a Roma.
That's all. Thank you.
Amazing. I think for me it's just absolutely inspiring, and I hope you are all inspired as well. And this event is very special because we had 100 youth-led solutions from over 60 countries presented yesterday. And it has been done across 4 areas. And I'm very looking forward to invite 4 amazing moderators who were in these sessions to share an overview of what took place yesterday and all the amazing presentations and pitches that were done by all the young people that joined us. So I will first of all invite Luisa to share with us around the food and agriculture breakout room. And then we have Hikaru for climate education. And then Elizabeth for urban sustainability. And final Axel for the energy breakout presentations. Can you join me on the stage? So, Louise, can you tell us about the food and agriculture?
Thanks so much, Omnia. Absolutely. So the food and agriculture session was a series of 25 pitches from incredible young people who showed us why it's so important that food and agriculture requires these solutions. Currently, nearly 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions come from food and land use, and it's the next polluter to energy. However, it's also the more easily transitioned industry. So why these solutions are needed? At the moment, only 2% of climate finance goes into agricultural systems, but investment into food and land use creates a lot of high return of investment. For every dollar that's invested in food and land use, nearly $30 of economic returns are created. So yesterday, we saw food and agriculture pitches that were around stories and parallels from around the world in production, from agroforestry, skills acceleration, capacity development. We saw pitches on adaptation and integrating more resilience into food systems, especially in countries that were climate vulnerable. We saw building resources and materials for soil restoration and ecosystems restoration. Beyond that, we saw agroecology pitches, women's empowerment and preservation of culture integrated into startups, and ways that we can bring that into the next generation, especially in building and bridging technology gaps. Furthermore, we saw pitches on the future of food and some really interesting innovations, particularly on farming agri-tech solutions, land use, and even using insect proteins, mycelium, and waste products to create zero-waste solutions. More importantly and lastly, we saw lots of parallels across farmer empowerment, gender equality, and consumer consciousness. Because obviously, in food systems, we can't create one big fix-all or technological solution. We need hundreds of thousands of curated stewardship to our landscapes in different parts of the world, and that's why we need more young people creating these solutions. So that's what we're doing. Thank you.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. It's incredible to see both technology, equity, and across all the elements of food systems and agriculture. So thank you. Who would like to go next? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Hikaru Hayakawa. I'm the Executive Vice President of Climate Cardinals, a nonprofit organization that works to make climate education more accessible to non-English speakers. So I was the moderator for climate education, and I really appreciated the amount of thought that went into all these solutions. Something that really stood out to me was how place-based these were, and that you could tell how much work that all the people put in terms of being able to listen and learn from their communities, reaching out to their ministries of education, to university administrations, and I could really see that how all the participants in our group really engaged in good processes. And based on my work from Climate Cardinals, I feel that this is incredibly important, being able to learn from each other and being able to give back to our communities. And something else that really stood out to me was the emphasis on accessibility, as well as how incredible everyone was in terms of being able to tell really effective stories. And they were incredible communicators. And in terms of different themes that the people touched upon within my group, one thing was informal education, so how to engage more people outside of schools, so through video games and through card games. There were 2 projects on increasing participation among Indigenous communities, as well as bringing Indigenous communities into global conversations at the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, as well as LCOIS and COP. And there were also projects on how to sort of engage climate education in terms of coastal communities. There were projects on mental health, as well as 3 projects on conservation education, a few private sector initiatives, as well as projects on environmental law as well. And what really stood out to me was how everyone was working collaboratively with people in order to amplify their work. And I also really appreciated being able to speak to people between sessions, and it was easy to see how everyone was they were just amazing people. They're so easy to work with, great people to speak with, and as everyone was presenting, they had their friends, recording videos and posting pictures of them on Instagram, so you could already see how there was already this sense of community. Regardless of the outcome, we were really able to build community and to learn from each other. So thank you to everyone in climate education for that.
I'll go next. Thank you so much, Dr. Omnia, and thank you so much to the organizers of this event for facilitating this amazing session, and to the bold and change makers. Please clap hands for yourselves for an amazing job you did yesterday. I literally would have fainted. I am not that bold enough, but you guys, you showed your strength, you showed your passion, you showed how determined you are. So I was privileged to join the urban sustainability session, and honestly speaking, due to the effects of climate change, we're seeing a lot of people that are migrating from, different communities in search of greater pastures. And as they migrate to the urban cities are becoming more polluted, and as they are becoming more polluted, more challenges that are also affecting the urban cities, and it is very important to make sure that the urban cities are very resilient. So yesterday's speeches, it was a diverse set of pitches. We had so many pitches actually that were focusing on waste management. This could be, discussed in 2 ways. It's either so many countries are facing, a lot of issues to do with waste management, or we also need to make sure that our young people are more exposed so that they also have other ideas besides, waste management. But also a couple of innovations were shared on a sustainable food system within the urban cities, a few on sustainable transportation, a few on nature-based solutions within our urban cities. But overall, I can say it was an amazing job that was done by the young people who pitched in our session yesterday. And also, I also want to continue to encourage more mentorship programs, more exposure programs, so that there's that cross-sharing of information and a lot of mitigation innovations, a lot of adaptation innovations, so that at the end of the day we have resilient, sustainable cities. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm Axel Sutton, I'm from Mexico, and I was leading the energy session yesterday. So I write some reflections this morning about what I expect, what I felt yesterday around all the projects that people came to the event. So, participating yesterday at the pitching sessions focused on sustainable energy, where young entrepreneurs from all over the world come together to share their innovative business ideas, has been an enlightening experience that filled my heart of renewable love. This session has been more than just platforms of ideas of exchange. They have served as an inspiration of hope for a more sustainable energy future. One of the most remarkable aspects of this session is the incredible diversity and creativity that young entrepreneurs bring to the table. It's heartening to witness the world of ideas from innovative solar power solutions to grounding clean cooking solutions too, all designed to address the world-present energy and environmental challenge. Moreover, these sessions are a testament to the power of collaboration and inspiring to see the unity among participants despite their different backgrounds and cultures. They share a common goal, to create a greener and more sustainable world. I think the role of judges yesterday and the people from MDP that participate, the expertise, the guidance, the ideas, was very potential to catapult promising startups into successful, impactful ventures. However, challenges remain. Access to funding and resources can be a significant hurdle for these young entrepreneurs. Addressing these financial barriers and ensuring a supportive ecosystem for sustainable energy startups is crucial. They serve as a reminder that the fight against climate change and the transition to a clean energy is a collective effort. It's inspiring to be a part of this movement and witness the enthusiasm and determination of the next generation to drive a change for a more sustainable energy future. Thanks.
Thank you all for sharing. It's been very inspiring. We heard a lot about how young people are having a sense of community, which is so important. We have a sense of responsibility, and this is why we are being very innovative, but also community-based and the needs of our people. And as you said, it's just very beautiful to be part of this inspiring community. So thank you so much. And now it gives me absolute pleasure to introduce Minister Gilberto Pichetto, the Italian Minister of Environment and Energy Security. And I kindly invite everyone to wear their headsets. The channel 1 is English and 2 is Italian. So thank you all.
Good morning, and first of all, welcome. Welcome to Rome, welcome to Italy, to all of you. It is an honor for me to take part in this event, which year by year is acquiring growing significance for Italy, offering a unique opportunity for dialogue and sharing to deal with climate challenges. Obviously, I'd like to start by thanking Omnia for her introduction and presentation, and who will be with us throughout this important day, bringing with her the great experience of having been the first youth champion at the last COP in Sharm el-Sheikh. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Luis, Jevenik, Axel, and Tikaru on behalf of all the young people who presented their solutions yesterday. I received a report on yesterday's presentations, and I was truly impressed by the variety of ideas proposed, by the ability demonstrated in identifying unprecedented synergy, and particularly the extraordinary ability in devising concrete solutions to deal with ever more complex challenges. My warm thanks go to the youth champion team of COP28, which is giving significant value to our Youth4Climate initiative, to the Youth4Climate initiative. And I also cannot overlook mentioning our solid partner, the UNDP. Thanks to our cooperation with UNDP and important partners such as the World Bank Connect for Climate program, we're working to make the Youth4Climate initiative a strong tool to involve young people, discover their talent, nurture their creativity, and release their potential in the service of combating climate change. But in this spirit, Youth4Climate has made a great contribution also to spread know-how and will contribute to peace. In this spirit, Youth4Climate has consolidated significant partnerships to strengthen the abilities of young people to find solutions, such as that with the UNFCCC Secretariat, which led to the Youth for Capacity program, through which we are participating actively in the regional climate weeks with a dense calendar of events. And the cooperation which Italy, and in particular its foreign ministry, has established with IRENA, which has brought about the Action for Climate Training Initiative, an initiative which focuses on promotion of renewable energy. The goal of these days, therefore, is not limited to strengthening our commitment with you, but also to guarantee that this cooperation turns into concrete and tangible results through the implementation of significant projects. We want to be sure that these are not just promises, but that the actions we undertake together have a real and measurable impact in combating climate change. Cooperation is crucial, and it's crucial in dealing with these global challenges. This event represents an important opportunity to strive for these goals. You have the possibility of having a dialogue with people of your own age from more than 60 different countries, interacting with the presidency of COP28, and also to exchange views with high-level experts from the most influencing international organization in the field of development. You also have the opportunity to exchange ideas with national experts in the field of sustainability, and also to interact with some of the figures of excellence in the private sector. Each of you has the power to make a difference with your commitment, with your vision, and with your sense of responsibility. You can promote solutions for our communities, generating an impact which over time will be able to spread on an ever-growing scale. Italy is determined to sustain this virtuous process for the young, particularly for those coming from the most vulnerable countries. I'm here to listen to you and to learn from you in the same way that as occurred in earlier meetings of ours, and therefore I encourage you to take an active part in the discussion and to share your ideas with each other and also with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. We are very grateful for your leadership, for your support, for enabling us to be in this empowering space for young people to act. And we are very excited to have you join us. Now I'm going to invite Rufino Varea. He is representing the COP28 International Youth Climate Delegate Program. And it's very exciting to listen to your insights. So can you please join us on the podium?
Ladies and gentlemen, Noaya e Maori ni Sambola Vinaka. I extend warm greetings to the Honorable Minister Pichetto, distinguished delegates, and my fellow colleagues. I am Rufino Varea, an indigenous Rutuman from the Fiji Islands and a COP28 International Youth Climate Delegate. I would like to express my gratitude to the government of Italy and to the United Nations Development Programme for their kind invitation. Today, I stand before you with great honor to represent the voices of young people worldwide and advocate for increased youth inclusion in climate action. The youth population, although disproportionately affected by the climate crisis, demonstrates resilience, passion, and ingenuity. We refuse to be seen merely as victims, but rather as leaders driving innovative solutions to address climate change and achieve climate justice. Together with the International Youth Climate Delegation, we stand in solidarity with fellow climate youth activists, advocates, and defenders in our fight against the defining challenge of our generation. While significant efforts have been made to address climate change, there is still much work to be done. We have witnessed climate change exacerbates existing shocks and stresses. In the Gaza Strip, rising temperatures and water scarcity worsen the impacts of the protracted conflict. Recent attacks have led to the destruction and the release of pollutants, contributing to climate change, devastating ecosystems, and harming people, particularly young people. We express our support to Mr. Wasim Moshtaha, a fellow youth delegate unable to join us due to the ongoing conflict. Wars disrupt progress and impede climate mitigation. Achieving climate justice for all necessitates standing against conflict promptly. Indigenous and small island communities are significantly affected by climate change, facing profound and near irreversible impacts. The frequency and intensity of extreme weather events contribute to malnutrition, water scarcity, and fresh water decline. This is a result of a decline in crop yields, fish stocks, and so much more. Our communities experienced increased climate migration due to fires, landslides, floods, and droughts, which damage infrastructure, homes, and ecosystems. These challenges undermine mental health, causing stress, anxiety, and depression due to displacement, due to loss of livelihood, and cultural identity. Climate change is an issue encompassing environmental, human rights, social justice, and intergenerational justice dimensions. And recognizing it as such is still not enough. We must address the crisis accordingly and take ambitious action. Reparations for the lives and livelihoods of the most affected, who have contributed the least to the crisis, particularly young people, are essential. We, the youth, hope to inherit a clean and livable earth and must be given platforms and spaces now to contribute to its governance and protection. For that, I express gratitude to the government of Italy and UNDP for facilitating this event, which allows us to convene and participate in these crucial dialogues. As youths, we are not solely demanding climate justice. We are actively working towards it. Over the past few months, young people worldwide have organized and engaged in global, regional, and local climate events to amplify the voices ahead of the 18th Conference of Youth and COP28. These include participation in key climate summits and youth climate conferences. The youth stocktake process launched in SB 58 in Bonn establishes a pathway for increased youth inclusion in the UNFCCC process. Collaborating with governments, civil society, academia, and grassroots communities, we aim to design and implement robust solutions for our collective security. As COP28 International Youth Climate Delegates, we have undergone extensive training to become strong voices and young leaders in the climate negotiation process, mindful of our responsibility to represent youth that are unable to attend COP28. Our collective voices culminate in the Global Youth Statement to be presented to the COP28 President and world leaders, outlining our priorities as young people. Youths from diverse backgrounds are raising awareness, mobilizing movements, influencing policies, and implementing projects worldwide. I would be remiss to not highlight a few exemplary youth-led solutions at this important convening. In Oceania, the Pacific Climate Warriors utilize storytelling, art, and direct action to raise awareness about the threats faced by the Pacific Islands communities, from sea level rise, extreme weather events, and coral bleaching, just to name a few. In a small Kenyan village in rural Vihiga, young people are taking action to restore their local ecosystems by adopting the river Ezava, threatened by unregulated mining and unregulated and unplanned agriculture. They are implementing climate-smart agricultural solutions. In the Philippines, young people are collaborating with the national government's education program to incorporate climate change training toolkits for educators. These toolkits focus on localized impacts, climate justice, and meaningful youth engagement for climate action. These initiatives demonstrate that young people are not only victims of climate change, but are also agents, active agents of change. Still, youth-led solutions face challenges and barriers hindering their potential impact. These include limited access to finance, capacity, technology, networks, mentorship, and recognition. Meaningful inclusion, representation, and empowerment of young people in decision-making processes is still lacking. The International Youth Climate Delegates Program, which is a collaboration between the COP28 Youth Climate Champion and Youngo, is funding and training 100 young people from climate-vulnerable communities to showcase solutions, provide support, and create opportunities to amplify our voices and demands for climate justice. This event offers the opportunity to learn from each other, from our experiences and perspectives on climate change. Despite our diverse backgrounds, cultures, and realities, we share a common goal: to create a just, equitable, and climate-resilient society for present and future generations. I urge you all to actively engage in this Youth4Climate event. Let us listen with curiosity and respect, speak with passion and honesty, collaborate with openness and solidarity, and act with urgency and responsibility. Together, we can make this event a success and transform our solutions into reality. Let us achieve climate justice. I eagerly await a productive dialogue where I encourage you to boldly share your hopes and concerns. Thank you for your attention and for the opportunity to be here. Inaka.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Rufino. Definitely a powerful voice for young people, and thank you for sharing these incredible stories as well of youth-led action for climate justice. So it is with great pleasure to share with you a very special video message from Mr. Akim Steiner, the UNDP administrator. who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, but he is sharing a message to all of you.
Minister of the Environment and Energy Security of Italy, Gilberto Pichetto Fratin, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, given the ongoing and tragic events in the Middle East, I am unfortunately unable to be with you in Rome today, as was my plan. I am, however, delighted to share some brief thoughts via this video message today. This gathering takes place as we are no longer waiting for the climate emergency to draw near, for it is now upon us. In the year 2023, vast tracts of the world were either on fire or underwater. Or look to Sicily, in Italy, which recorded a temperature of nearly 50 degrees Celsius earlier this year, which is thought to be the highest temperature ever measured in Europe. As climate change intensifies, young people will bear the most severe consequences of climate inaction. People born in the year 2020 may have to face up to 7 times more extreme climate-related events over their lifetimes compared to people born in the year 1960, whether we are talking about floods or droughts or wildfires. Indeed, we are seeing how a majority of young people perceive climate change today as a global emergency. Yet, so often young people are excluded from decision-making processes. Moreover, the efforts of young people often go unrecognized or are undervalued, in part because of persistent stereotypes or wrong assumptions about young people, or maybe just the complacency of adults. Yet seismic shifts are taking place. Young people are raising their voices and getting involved in the design and rollout of their country's climate futures. Their knowledge, perseverance, and power have spurred a global movement demanding bold climate measures from their leaders, including via legal instruments and challenges in the country's courts. Crucially, they're also spurring concrete initiatives in their countries and communities. They also look at the world in very distinct ways and different ways. As the most connected generation in history, young people are using tools such as social media to influence positive change, everything from groundbreaking environmental efforts to encouraging others to vote. That is why the Youth4Climate initiative is so vital. It pivots on the principle of listening to young climate leaders and enabling them to share knowledge, opportunities, and experiences. It is also helping to promote and scale up innovative, youth-led climate solutions. Today, we are marking a new stage in its evolution as we witness more tangible results of this initiative. I would like to offer my sincere congratulations to those shortlisted for the Youth4Climate Awards. In many ways, your solutions are defined not by climate defeatism, but by a willingness to stand up to this fight of a lifetime, which I genuinely believe we can still win. Crucially, we are also advancing new ways to scale up these initiatives. As a demonstration of this commitment to young climate leaders, the United Nations Development Programme will match the resources that Italy will allocate to the Youth4Climate solutions in 2024. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of UNDP, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Prime Minister Meloni, Minister Pichetto Fratin, and the Governor of Italy for their close partnership with UNDP and their generous support to Youth4Climate. Above all, I would like to acknowledge the Youth4Climate leaders. In so many ways, you are our main hope as torchbearers for the Sustainable Development Goals, not least because you are a vast resource of knowledge and expertise. And let me emphasize, by saying you are our hope, it is not to step back from our responsibility to act. But you are challenging accepted wisdom, you are speaking truth to power, and you are refusing to take no for an answer. Your inspirational efforts are a demonstration that you don't have to be a politician, a millionaire or billionaire, or a celebrity to lead change. With the COP28 meeting now on the horizon, please continue to rely on the support of the United Nations family, UNDP, and Youth4Climate to help secure the rights of future generations, including yours. Keep pushing, keep mobilizing, and keep bringing your bold new ideas to the table. Your voice matters, and it can inspire your parents, your siblings, your friends. It is making a difference, including with us. That is why Italy and UNDP have joined forces to support you today. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And this is very exciting for the Youth4Climate, and we're very looking forward to the next year as well together. So now we have another special video message from the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Amina Mohammed. If we can also have her message with us today.
Excellencies, participants and colleagues, it is my pleasure to address you today at the Youth4Climate, Sparking Solutions global event convened by the Government of Italy and the United Nations Development Programme. This event comes at a critical moment when the world is at a crossroads in addressing the climate crisis. A month ago, representatives from around the world met in New York for the Climate Ambition Summit. Secretary General Guterres issued a stark warning to world leaders. If nothing changes, we are heading towards a 2.8-degree temperature rise, towards a dangerous and unstable world. At the summit, we also heard from first movers who are already taking bold steps and credible actions to help meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. We heard strong calls for credibility, cooperation, and climate justice. Yet as we look ahead to COP28 and beyond, it is clear that we need a transformation to build trust, trust between nations, trust between citizens and their governments, and trust in our collective action. In the midst of this crossroads, I'd like to commend all of you for your unwavering commitment to climate action. Youth, in all their diversity, are at the front lines of the climate crisis and our main reason to believe in and act to achieve a more sustainable future. With every indicator moving in the wrong direction and 1 billion children and young people at extremely high risk of severe and destructive climate hazards, we must act decisively. Every day, despite facing numerous challenges, you choose to lead by example, to make yourselves heard and to bring innovative solutions to your communities. In this room alone, your efforts span more than 70 countries around the world. You are the ultimate demonstration of what the Global Stocktake report released last month has once again reminded us to have at the heart of the climate process. The report reminds us that effective climate action demands a whole-of-society transition that reduces inequity and includes women, indigenous peoples, youth, and other unrepresented voices. Initiatives like Youth4Climate serve as valuable conveners of partnerships and funding that can facilitate an integrated and inclusive transition. The Secretary-General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change offers one important channel at the UN through which we are working closely with young people as part of our decision-making on climate action. As we head into COP28, I urge you all to continue to raise your voices and to be champions for an ambitious and credible GST outcome, the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, and a COP decision on fossil fuel phase-out with clear timelines. At the UN, we are committed to doing our part. The Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement remain our North Star, or Southern Cross, and we will spare no effort to enable meaningful youth participation in decision-making at all levels. I look forward to hearing all about your fruitful discussions at this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Amina Mohammed, for your message. And we can also see how, we can also see how the global stocktake has been mentioned, and we know that for the first time there is a youth stocktake that is taking place now, and it's also important to reflect the solutions that are being proposed into how we want our participation to be, to reflect our solutions into the political and the decision-making process at COP. And also, Ms. Amina mentioned the UN Advisory Group to the UN Secretary General. So it is with great pleasure to invite Giovanni Henry, who is an advisor to the UN Secretary General, and he's also an IUSIS Fellow supported by the Italian Ministry of Environment and Energy. If you can please join us. And a big clap for him. We also have with us Sahir Rashid, a member of Yongo and Youth4Climate champion. If you can also please join us. Okay. I will join you as well. So Sarah, I want to turn to you first to ask you about your insights in terms of how young people can be more meaningfully engaging in the UNFCCC processes from your perspective, and what are your expectations for COP28 regarding the transformation of youth engagement and participation in the process?
Thank you so much, Omnia, and hello, everyone. I think that to begin the conversation, this is a really nice entry point because the global stocktake was just mentioned, right? And to start the conversation, every single young person present in this room has a right and an avenue to integrate their voice really concretely at the UNFCCC process. And the constituency that is there, the official children and youth constituency that's called Youngo, any young person under the age of 35 can become a member of that. And there are concrete submissions that we do throughout the years that contribute to actual policies, actual climate policies. And these are important because these climate policies define all of our lives at our national level, right? So for example, why is it so important for young people to be integrating their voices at the global stocktake? Because this then defines your nationally determined contributions, which then defines how the Paris Agreement is basically implemented on ground for you. And if your voices are missing from that document, it means that your rights are also missing, right? So first of all, integrating your voices and your perspective at the UNFCCC process is the ultimate absolute avenue for that is, of course, Youngo, but community is really should be the focus when you are working together. One person as an individual can, of course, achieve just as much as the community can. The power of community is something beyond explanation in climate action. We are all sitting in this room today because there were a lot of young people who changed the mindset that climate crisis is the existential crisis, right? So believing in the power of community, again, it's really important. And you all can not only engage at the international multilateral level to achieve this power, but also at the local levels, because there are also a lot of regional conferences of youth happening, and the local conferences of youth happening at your local cities, communities, and then there is also like a global conference of youth that Youngo organizes. So try to find out if you are from a certain place, if there is an LCOI happening in that region, try to join that community, and maybe this can be your first exposure towards making this a reality into meaningful climate action. And feel free to also, we are a few Youngo members present here in this room today, so feel free to talk afterwards as well if you want to. And we are happy to touch base about how we can integrate more voices at this. And this moment, I also want to mention, I know Omnia, the question was really specific about UNFCCC and integrated the youth perspective, but I also want to mention the Youth4Climate manifesto that is there, right? Because it is a really strong tool for advocacy. This manifesto was not just another policy document that was just made and we can just forget it behind, because this document was formed by the young people themselves back in 2021 through a process of consistent collaboration and inputs. So if you have not yet gotten an opportunity to have a look at this document, please maybe refer to this document and see if there are any of the advocacy demands that you find which you are interested in, because we all advocate for different things, right? And a lot of these things, and I'm really proud to mention one of the very concrete one, which was right to the healthy environment, which is mentioned in the Manifesto for Youth4Climate, and then we advocated further on that, and it was recognized by the UN General Assembly. So there are a lot of achievements in that document as well. So this is something I wanted to just mention. And expectations on COP28, real quick. My biggest expectation from COP28 is that the global stocktake outcome, of course. Because from the work that we have done on the nationally determined contribution really taught us that there is a missing ambition for young people. And the youth stocktake happening is, of course, an achievement, but we really want to see more ambition turned into action that young people can follow on ground in their countries, in their national cities and everything. So if the global stocktake should include stronger youth perspective and should include stronger children perspective as well, and making the climate policies more receptive to young people and children. So thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing the diversity of ways young people can engage. We talked about the global stocktake, talked about the manifesto, the Youth4Climate one, and it's inspiring to see how declarations that have been developed by young people can then translate, because it is representative of our voices. We know there's also going to be the global youth statement, and the COE is like my first experience at COP was COE 14. So it is a beautiful experience that I highly recommend any young person to see and connect and have that sense of community, but that sense of mobilization for strong climate commitments and implementation. So thank you for sharing. Now I'm going to head to you, Giovannik, and from I've heard so much about your amazing leadership and in your community, but what are the challenges that you feel like young people face in small state islands, but also when it comes to their participation, and what are some of the work that you did to address that?
Yeah, thanks. First of all, when you speak about challenges and small and developing states, I promised today to not mention finance. I think we all know the issues of finance. In fact, if I were to pull up ChatGPT, the first sentence it would tell me is finance, so we know that. But oftentimes the question is, where do we start from? And coming from a small island, I always say it's less than 200,000 people, which is like one street in Mumbai or rush hour in New York, or even from a regional perspective, the Caribbean region, less than 50 million people. I mean, we could all fit into Italy, actually. So oftentimes the question is, if you take off SIDS from the equation, well, nobody cares. Well, I'm here to tell you that, yeah, it is important, actually. And oftentimes, when you engage with young people from these communities, the question is then, but how would I see that impact? How would I be able to scale up this initiative from a small community, roughly 500 people or so on? Is it really worth it? Would an agency be interested in investing in such an initiative? And that is where the issue of how do we support in scaling up these efforts, because that is a major hindrance which we as young people see, is that, is it really worth this extensive effort? And of course, we know the bureaucracy in accessing the resources and so on for such a small community. And again, looking at it from a macro level, where you look at it from a government standpoint, we are losing development gains due to the climate crisis. And of course, I'm going to stick a pin here, which is why it's important that at COP28, we do operationalize and, of course, proceed to capitalize in the loss and damage fund with a degree of urgency. So there's that limited support there. So the question is, where do we go? Where do we go for that support? Which is why, of course, I would like to, of course, commend, in terms of that partnership between Italy and UNDP, and to see how, I would say that, back in the days, we'll get a lot of what we call fly-by-night capacity building. But what this partnership has shown is that young people have now been given the keys to essentially go into the cockpit and fly with our climate solutions. And I think that is a model which can certainly be, we hope, can bring upon more partners to further support in such initiatives. Because right now, there is a need for more context-specific capacity building to support the smaller and developing states, because there is no one-size-fits-all. We know it, And again, it's through such initiative which allows us from, I think we have nearly every region represented here. And of course, I'm delighted that we have the seeds representation here, so to allow our solutions to scale up. And speaking of capacity building as well, of course, I would have to highlight the International Youth Delegate Program by the COP28 presidency. And I know I like to cause trouble, so I'm going to put out a challenge here today to say that any further, moving on from COP28, that any incoming COP presidency should seek to replicate or even further scale up such an initiative to ensure that the youth voice remains at the heart of the COP processes. And I encourage you in your advocacy efforts to keep this message going so that COP29, COP30, whatever it is, that such a program is replicated and can be ensured that we build a cadre of young people, not just 100 this year, but 100 next year. Think of what impact it could create in 5 years, not only for small and developing states, but that global impact. So let us sort of keep this messaging going forward. And in terms of, I just want to, in the interest of time as well, what are the perhaps models we can use to replicate? And I just want to highlight one example from St. Lucia, for example, where, there's always a challenge of how do we integrate private sector? How do we integrate that sort of external support? So we've established what we call a youth economy agency, which essentially helps young people, so it helps eliminate all of the bureaucracy. It's a dedicated economic space for young people, channel resources from multiple sources, which allow you to then support providing technical and financial support to turn your ideas, the same ideas we've pitched in here for grant funding and technical support that would allow them to scale up. And we've seen the impact in just 6 months, how this initiative, this model has supported young people in the island. But of course, it can be replicated across other countries, of course, through partners. So it is important that we understand that for sure we need no longer fly-by-night capacity building, but we need this sort of dedicated, context-specific capacity building support, just like what Youth4Climate is doing, just like what the International Youth Delegate Program is doing. And then just imagine, just vision 3 years down the line how the youth landscape in climate action would look like.
Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. No, I was just saying thank you for sharing your inspiring work, but also for emphasizing the importance of funding and context-specific capacity building so that the solutions that are being developed are in a way relevant to the context, to the challenges of communities, and young people can be, as we are, at the front line of implementing that. So now I'm going to pass over to the audience. We would love to hear from you based on this amazing panel that we have right now, and also the messages that we were talking about, the sharing and the recap of the first day. If you have any questions or comments that you'd like to share with us in the open call of solutions that we are doing right now, in the way forward, as we conclude our event and the next day, we would love to hear any questions or comments.
Hi everyone, my name is Fernando. I'm with the Youth Climate Champion team. Yeah, first of all, congratulations to everyone. I sat through the pitches and it was incredible. So thank you so much to the Youth4Climate team and the Italian government and UNDP for hosting such an incredible event. So I'm just curious, I mean, more than a question for me is also a comment and just encouraging everyone to say, I heard so many pitches and I'm just wondering if you could all share perhaps what are some of the barriers that you face to see your projects take off the ground? I know there's a lot of great leaders here, and it would be great to just see how we can all support you. So I don't know if anybody wants to.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mariam Bello. So I pitched under the urban sustainability for healthcare, but then I'm also involved in the climate education space. So last year at COP27, I spoke on the UNESCO Pavilion on how we can implement curriculum guidelines that meet the youth demand. So it was actually challenging for me, for my own organization, because there is no single school in my country with climate education in its curriculum. And then after reading the youth demand, it resonated with my experience. But now the question I had was, what is being done? So after talking about all these challenges, proposing curriculum guideline, what is being done? What kind of support? How do we access the support? Because after that, there was nothing else done. I worked on the curriculum that actually met the youth demand to launch a fellowship program. But for you to get to people, people need to understand the problem. If you want youths to be involved, they need to understand the problem. So it was difficult for me because people in my community did not know about the problem. So how can we get supported? That's my question, though. It's kind of like a question and food for thought. How can we get supported to implement this after COP28? Because it's not just about talking. Our voices has been heard. We need action. So yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin Makova from Kenya. I'm with the Friends of Reservoir Project. What he mentioned, we are the ones adapting a river in our village. I'm actually from a very rural community. The looks should not lie to you. And I have a very common saying. I would wish to have said it in my local language, but I'll just say it in English. So I prefer local people providing local solutions to local problems, because these people do have a clear understanding of context, and that's something I would propose to most of us. I believe in the work Yango is doing. I believe in the work UNDP is doing. I'm grateful for the work the ministry is doing, the Italian ministry. But contextualizing solutions, making sure that they are created by people who live within the communities, people who have an understanding of what is happening. But that cannot happen if these people do not have the capacity, do not have the opportunities to come out and provide these solutions. Lastly, the climate crisis is indeed a youth crisis, as it has been mentioned. It is affecting us so much. It will affect the children that we bear so much, and I'm actually afraid of I'll actually be a father in 3 months. I'm afraid of what this kid will go through because of what will happen if we let the climate crisis go unchecked. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for this inspiring discussion. I just have a small, I was wondering if many of us in this room, we are youth, and I was wondering if there is a possibility to have badges to attend the COP28, because all of us, we have innovative ideas, and I think we need to share those ideas with other youth around the world, especially because the COP28 will have many people from all around the world, and that's it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gundrag. I'm an Indian youth representative. And this is amazing. It's great to see 100 solutions coming together, seeking sponsorship to scale and drive impact. And I also see solutions that have an entrepreneurial background. I see solutions that over down the line will need 10, 20, maybe 100 times the funding to scale. And see, this is a vicious cycle. And how down the line do we protect ourselves from a solution that could be a greenwash? How do we maintain the ethics, and how do we create toolkits that can make sure that our solutions are holistic and will actually drive the impact we are, hoping towards, and not become business switches that don't actually do the impact they aim to deliver?
Hello, everyone. My name is Magali. I'm a representative from the Seychelles Islands, so a small island developing state, but also a large ocean state in the Western Indian Ocean. Firstly, I'm very happy to be here and very honored. Thank you to the government of Italy, UNDP, and all the Youth4Climate team. We've been just here since yesterday, but I think we've seen so many solutions, so many bold and brave points exposed. And I feel deeply moved about it. What I saw as well is, of course, brilliant ideas, especially coming from the Global South, and I think that's why it's so important that we're all here, especially people from the Global South and SIDS. But I also saw lots of challenges. We talked about the challenges around funding, challenges about getting the information actually from our governments or international institutions to funding, and then how to get there. A colleague was referring to COP28, others were referring to other conferences, so I think it's important to keep in mind. And I do hope as well that the leadership that the government of Italy is showing us today by developing the Youth4Climate, financing the Youth4Climate sparkling solutions. I hope that this leadership will come from other Global North countries as well, and that it will inspire other Global North countries to do this kind of initiatives for other countries, especially from the Global South. So thank you very much to all my colleagues on the panels as well for all their brilliant speeches and points. Thank you.
Hello, my name is President Ramirez. I am a water professional from the Dominican Republic. I'm also part of the International Youth Delegate Program of COP28 and part of the Max Tabeso-Atkins Climate Ambassador Program. I was pitching yesterday in the Urban Sustainability subgroup. And I think that what I want to say comes from a place of gratitude. I'm very grateful that this initiative was developed because there's virtually little to no funding for youth-led projects, especially on climate. And I'm also interested on what's going to happen, not only in the future, but what's going to happen with those really, really good ideas that couldn't make it to this week. I think that it's very evident that there's this gap on capacity building in terms of how to apply for funding. So I think that I see this as an opportunity for all of the stakeholders here to help strengthen the capacity of young people so we can access not only youth funding, but just robust funding in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Rose Kopsing, and I'm from Uganda. I'm also part of the International Youth Climate Delegate Program, and I'm also part of UNGO. I pitched in the education theme. I was pitching a project on climate migrants, specifically, and displaced people. So I'm a really big advocate of the work Italy is doing from, can we remember where it was driving ambition to powering action and now sparking solutions. So I really have one question to the minister or to UNDP, and if UNDP is not around, Jeffney could pick on it. We always talk about the challenges that youth are facing, but I really want to hear the challenges that the youth champions in the governments and our other spheres are facing when they're trying to mobilize resources and mobilize funding for us. And then how can we help you? What can we say better and do better to make your work easier? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aisha Sharougi from Bahrain. I'm here as a COP28 International Youth Climate Delegate. First, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. I'm honored to be here with you with such a creative youth leaders. My question is for His Excellency. How can the government of Italy encourage other countries to have such an initiatives such as Youth4Climate? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ana Encinas. I am from Bolivia, and thank you very much to everyone here for your insightful experiences. And I want to know a little bit more of how to ensure the project's sustainability, because at least in my country, in Bolivia, the cooperation is leaving the country because most governments are deciding to shift resources towards funding the costs of the many wars that are happening around the world. So in my country, many projects are being living without funding. So we want to know how can we ensure the sustainability of those projects without relying solely on funding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will take just one last question because of the time strain. Very sorry, but if you would like to tell us.
Hello, my name is David Henry. This is not a question, this is just a comment. I want to thank all of you who have been here sharing solutions. It has been very inspiring. I have said this on many regional levels relating to the Caribbean. But I'm very fortunate to be able to say this to you today. You are the leaders who will be responsible for the future of the future. And if we do nothing, then the future will have nothing. And I want you to continue pushing. For those of you who are representing us internationally, those representing in your communities, for your country, I want you to understand that you have a responsibility as young people to stand up to your governments and to say thank you for what you're doing, thank you for what you've given us. But as young people, you always want more. You always need more. It's important to keep that in your head. The other thing I want to quote is a phrase from our Minister for Education, Mario Michel, former minister. He said, if young people have a problem with the government, there is a problem with government. And if young people do not have a problem with government, there is a problem with the young people. And listening to our solutions there, all of you are amazing. I know that we can create a better future for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you all so much for your comments, for your questions. We heard a diversity of questions, many of them around how can we translate the amazing pictures that we're seeing now into real ground, into implementation, but also the capacity to access funding. It's also very interesting that there was a study done right before COP27 that showed that 0.7% of global climate finance goes to youth-led solutions. So there is definitely a gap. But I'm also excited to hear from the panel what they think about that in terms of the next steps, but also around education, around context-specific solutions and projects. But I would like to start with Minister Pichetto around how can the government of Italy encourage other countries to provide that incredible empowerment, financial, and capacity building support.
Yes, thank you. How can the Italian government, you asked, the Italian government has been investing and also mobilizing high-level know-how in order to share its experience, your experience, with many others. So there are many panels, many groups, many opportunities for encounter and for discussion. As you've seen, our commitment is also to promote your solutions within COP28. And so I believe, as has already been stated previously, that through the Youth for Capacity, Youth for Partnership, and Youth for Capacity in partnership with the UN, we're trying to support all these initiatives, and therefore in part also by doubling our funding, as has already been said. And so on the financial level, we're committing ourselves to move ahead and to expand our effort, and therefore to provide as many solutions as possible. That's a commitment which the Italian government has made and continues to make, and so we'll be making further efforts. But not only that, but also on the project side, which may find interest in the private sector. We want to channel the funding and the involvement of the private sector. This is what we are doing and striving to continue. We need to find ways for a new kind of participation. Obviously, there's not just one solution. There are many solutions, many paths, and we have to focus on all of them. And I'd like to say something in response to the questions. I'd like to start on the question on schools, which was the first, the second one. The first question was on problems and critical points. With regard to schools, the only thing I can say is that you are the vectors, the vehicles for schools, and we also need to convince educators in order to have people educated, because in order to have an effect on school curricula, I have to have training for teachers. I have to have a conviction on the part of the people involved. So it is essential. You're essential as a vehicle, and obviously this vehicle is something which has to have a capillary effect and act on many people and on many governments. With regard to what the Italian government can do specifically, also to convince other countries, I can say that within the European Union, we are stressing this issue. Yesterday there was a meeting in Luxembourg, which finished last night, where the issue of climate change was one of the issues discussed by the 27 EU ministers, and where we discussed our commitments in the framework of COP28. Well, there'll be a pre-COP meeting on the 30th and the 31st of October, and we focused on the goal we continue to pursue despite the difficulties. We wish to focus and stress the goals of the Paris Agreement.
Thank you so much, Minister. Now I'm going to pass to Rufino. Each will have around 1-2 minute intervention. You can, any comments you'd like to respond to, we'll be very happy to say that.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say how incredibly fascinated I am over the yesterday, hearing the pitches from the different, from all of you, the amazing ideas, the amazing innovative solutions that you have come up with, and that many of you are already driving on the ground in your own home countries, in your own local communities. And all I'd like to say is that I hope that those ideas do not die here. There are certainly many other avenues that I'm sure we can discuss about to find ways to ensure that there is sustainability, there is something long-term that can assist, that can help you drive your project to reach its goals and outcomes. And again, I'm incredibly amazed, and I just want to congratulate all of you so much for your hard work. Vinaka, thank you.
Okay, Sahir.
Thank you, Omnia. So just in 1 minute concluding, I think that one important thing to say here is that no matter whatever the outcome will be tomorrow of all the amazing pitches that you deliver, this should not be the ending point. This whole conference should be the starting point of more ambition and how you can make everything, how we all can make this whole project better and make sure that we don't give up whatever the outcome will be tomorrow. And you all have come a really, really long way already, and we all here in this room are super proud of every single young person who tried to be bringing like innovative solution to fight climate change, and I think it's an achievement in itself. So great job.
Just from me, of course, yesterday in the urban sustainability session, I gave some homework to the participants that there was such a great linkage between some of the projects which will be in reference during the pitches, that within this informal setting, in the coffee, after coffee or so on, ensure that we see how we can collaborate. Because I was trying to recall, and through the few young years I've been on Earth, I don't think there's been an initiative whereby young people are invited not just to talk, but to walk the talk. And I think this partnership between Italy and UNDP, sort of what I like to call this marriage between the two, has given birth to a new era of youth-led climate solutions. And I think it's important, though, that we do capitalize on it. And let's not take this for granted. And it's also equally important that within the informal setting that we do capitalize on this platform. But just one thing we also have to be mindful of the fact that, well, maybe it's an idea for Sparking Solutions 2.0 that we bring together more collaborative efforts. So rather than in individual pitches, maybe there's an opportunity where we can bring together cross-regional projects that I think could have an even greater global impact.
Thank you. Definitely a great way to wrap up the panel that we are walking the talk, and we are showing it here today. And hopefully we'll be collaborating even more and making even more impact for our planet and our people. So thank you so much. We have one last thing before we wrap up the session. We have a video message from Mr. Simon Stiell, the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC. And he's going to wrap up the high-level plenary session with his message to us today.
Friends, it is a pleasure to address you today, and I'm sorry that I can't be there in person as we celebrate and reflect on the achievements of the Youth4Climate initiative. I'm determined to create opportunities for young people to raise their voices and have their voices heard in our collective efforts to tackle climate change. Let's not beat around the bush. Youth participation in the climate movement should be credited with much of the momentum we see on the issue today. Youth participation in the UNFCCC processes is essential. Decisions made today have a direct impact on whether or not young people and future generations inherit a world in which they can thrive. Young people play a crucial role as architects and capacity builders in delivering ambitious climate action, shaping the way in which they empower other young people. They say that knowledge shared is knowledge squared. Capacity building is critical to scale up the skills and know-how to accelerate climate action. We must collectively continue to invest in youth and their capacities to unlock youth-led climate action for greater impact on the ground. To this end, the UNFCCC Secretariat has partnered with the Ministry of Environment and Energy Security of Italy to support the design and implementation of the Youth for Capacity programme, a companion to the Youth4Climate initiative. Launched last year, Youth for Capacity is a 5-year program that seeks to support young people in enhancing their capacities for climate action. Central to the program is acknowledging young people as equal partners and co-creators in these capacity building efforts. The program is also organizing hands-on capacity building events during the regional climate weeks. During recent climate weeks in Africa and the Middle East and North African region, young people advanced their knowledge on how to facilitate just energy transitions, climate policy making, and community-led climate initiatives. More events will follow in our forthcoming climate weeks in Latin America and the Caribbean, in Asia Pacific, and at COP28 itself. The program will continue to promote youth-related and capacity-building activities, initiatives, movements, and networks at the regional and sub-regional levels. And I'm excited to announce that starting next year, Youth for Capacity and Youth for Climate will join forces in a new mentorship program. The mentorship program will deploy peer-to-peer learning models and equip youth with skill sets to become climate leaders in their communities. Once again, I'd like to thank the Italian Ministry for Environment and Energy Security as partners in prioritizing young people and their needs. It's critical that young people are not only heard in official spaces such as this one, but are also offered seats at the table in decision-making processes. As agents of change, leaders, culture makers, trendsetters, mentors, innovators, entrepreneurs, creators, educators, influencers, communicators, and collaborators, young people are not just the future of our global climate action efforts. In this era of implementation, they are the present. I thank you.
Thank you so much, and yes, we are all of that. And I want you to please help me thank our panelists once again for their amazing insight. So following this, we are going to move on to our next session, is focusing on climate justice, young people at the heart of climate action, meaningful youth engagement and climate justice. So now I'm going to give the floor, and please join me in welcoming one of my favorite people, as well as an amazing moderator for our session, Archana Sering, who's going to lead the deep dive into this critical topic of climate justice.
Hello, hello.
Hello, yeah. So what best than being introduced and called upon by your dear friend. So thank you, Omnia. Thank you so much for handing over to this amazing session, which is climate justice at the Youth for Climate 2023. I am so honored and happy to present before you and initiate this session, which is we have put on all our love, all our hard work in curating this session. And I would especially like to take this opportunity to thank Lakshman from the UNDP team for extending us support for this session. And before we move on ahead with this session, I would like to ask you all a question, is what climate justice means to me. Let us take a moment and reflect what climate justice means to me. Well, when we talk about the word climate justice, means to me, we are here to deliberate and discuss what climate justice means to each one of us and what climate justice means to us as a whole. For me, climate justice means reclaiming spaces and reclaiming the narratives. As a young indigenous woman from India, I strongly believe that indigenous peoples across the globe have been in the front line of climate action.
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody who's following us online. We hope you enjoyed this morning high-level opening session. We're back live with you this afternoon with two presentations from UNFCCC's Youth for Capacity program, followed by a presentation on an NDC checklist that has been prepared by UNDP. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Alejandro Kilpatrick now. He is the manager of the Capacity Building Subdivision at UNFCCC. Thank you, Alejandro, for being with us, and over to you.
Thank you, Roxani. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hey, how's that energy? Low? High? Excellent. Okay, let's go. Then it's a great pleasure for me to be here and present the Youth for Capacity program. I'm Alejandro from the Climate Change Secretariat. I lead the capacity building subdivision there at the Secretariat. We all know that the world's youth is an essential voice at the table, and youth mobilization is integral to the UNFCCC mandate process. This is reflected through the work of ACE, the engagement with youth constituencies, for example, Yongo, and with the work and mandates of constituted bodies under the UNFCCC process. At the Climate Change Secretariat, we strive to have young people and their voices included meaningfully in spaces and events such as this one. While we all recognize that the importance of strengthening the engagement of youth in activities pertaining to the implementation of the Convention and the Paris Agreement, there are still capacity needs and gaps that need to be addressed in order for young people to effectively and meaningfully engage in climate action at the international, regional, and local level. In this regard, last year, UN Climate Change Secretariat, with the generous support and financial contribution of the Italian Ministry of Environment and Energy Security, set up the Youth for Capacity program, which is a 5-year-long effort at strengthening the capacities of young people while recognizing their crucial role as capacity builders in achieving ambitious climate action. I remember what Jevanik said this morning about fly-by-night capacity building. I think the intention of this program is to avoid that, to really fly in the cockpit. So we hope that this initiative can help address that. So, and I will provide you an overview what this program is, but before that, I would like you to hear what young people are saying and what about capacity building.
Capacity building for you is one of the many elements that as youth we need in order to be fully integrated into the climate negotiations and climate discussion spaces. When we talk about capacity building, we're expecting to not only receive, but only to have more like an exchange of experiences between different stakeholders.
Los jóvenes recibimos capacidades, pero también las creamos. El rol, el papel que juegan los jóvenes, las juventudes, en realmente crear capacidades sistémicas y también crear la necesidad de ver problemas relacionados a conciencia política, conciencia social y conciencia climática.
We need to incite the interest for youth to get into the climate movement, or at least to know about the climate crisis.
L'action pour le climat est au top de mes priorités parce que là, ce n'est plus un choix, ce n'est plus une option, mais c'est quelque chose que je suis personnellement en train de vivre.
L'engagement des jeunes n'est vraiment pas une passion, mais il s'agit bien d'une raison. Une raison qu'on doit classer prioritaire parce qu'il y a une urgence. Et l'urgence concerne vraiment l'implication collective de toutes les jeunes et aussi des acteurs politiques.
Not only are we the biggest demographic of the world, and not only do we suffer the most and disproportionately from climate change, but we are also a very natural and a key and an equal stakeholder to the climate agenda because we care about our future and our health and the health of the current and the future generations. And for us to be able to do that, we need to be part of the policy-making space of climate change in a way that is meaningful.
Youth has a lot of diversity within it. We're talking about people from indigenous communities and local communities, people from coastal communities, people from the LGBTIQ+ community that are usually left behind. So these processes need to integrate these different spaces with a view of intersectionality that helps to integrate youth participation more actively, but also sustain and balanced way.
Having funding for projects from people from different part of the MENA region, teaching them more about climate change, climate justice, introducing them to how you can be an activist, how you can get more engaged.
Invest in young people both technically and financially in the small scale as well as the large scale grassroots and groundbreaking solutions that young people are already leading. We are not the victims. We are already creating our own advocacy, our own solutions for climate change, for our health and for our planet.
Yo creo que se debe dar importancia y se le debe dar prioridad a la creación de habilidades que nos permitan crear y mantener relaciones interpersonales en el futuro, como el trabajo en equipo, como el pensamiento crítico. Ese tipo de relaciones son las que nos van a permitir crear lazos y alianzas.
Youth will not stop. That's what I do believe in. I'm hoping more in youth because I know like our actions will never stop.
So it has been very inspiring for us to listen to young people and about their capacity needs and gaps, and that has helped a lot to shape the Youth4Capacity program, which has as its objective to contribute to building the capacity of young people on climate change, but at the same time to see how this can help address the linkages between climate action and implementation of the SDGs. We heard a lot about that earlier today, but also, for example, take into account the other multilateral environmental agreements. The program seeks to provide youth with the capacity and knowledge to develop and implement actions supporting approaches towards climate action in the context of sustainable development. And in order to meet these objectives, the program implements the 4 types of activities. One of them is the virtual knowledge and skill enhancement events through webinars or training sessions, in-person hands-on capacity building events during regional climate weeks and other UNFCCC events, and I'll speak a bit about that in a moment. Then we also have the mentorship program that the 2 sibling initiatives of Italy, Youth4Capacity and Youth4Climate, will deliver together. And finally, the design and implementation on communication and outreach products to promote youth-related capacity building activities and provide a space for exchange of experiences and lessons learned on capacity building. At the core of climate action, we all know, is about community building, and the same applies when implementing the Youth4Capacity program. Community building is therefore an overarching focus from which other activities in the program are being designed and structured. Given the need to provide youth with skills and capacities that enable them to be agents of change in the respective communities, the program strategically focuses on, for example, the regional and sub-regional levels. That's why we organize a series of activities during regional climate weeks and other UNFCCC events. I want to also now start walking you through what has been done so far, particularly as regards now the hands-on capacity building activities. We started exactly 1 year ago at the UNFCCC Africa Climate Week that was held in Gabon, where the program was officially launched. I don't know, maybe a show of hands, who was there at the launch of the Youth4Capacity program? Yeah. I see hands, that's great. So that's where we started, and also I wanted to mention another important element, that is the Paris Committee of Capacity Building is a constituted body under the convention that hosts the capacity building hubs at COP. At the 4 Capacity Building Hub in Sharm el-Sheikh, the Youth for Capacity program also organized a session where fantastic young leaders from different industries shared their journeys and their capacity building stories for climate action. This Capacity Building Hub takes place every year at COP, and we are organizing one in Dubai, the 5th Capacity Building Hub, and we invite everyone to join this hub. There will be also a focus on youth, and hopefully it could be a nice space for networking, but also for building skills and acquiring new knowledge. This year, the Youth for Capacity program is running in full swing, starting from the Bonn Climate Change Conference in June, DSB, where the program hosted a series of events on topics ranging from loss and damage, access to finance for young innovators and entrepreneurs, institutionalizing youth participation, climate solutions, youth climate champions, and networking, and a networking session for a whole of society climate action. So we're taking advantage of UNFCCC events to help build those skills and capacities for young people. Anyone attended the Youth for Capacity sessions at the SBs? Hey, great, Giovanni. See a couple of hands, Shihan, Roberto, of course, you've been there. So, yes, so we've been doing these events at the SB 58, and I'll come to what we're doing this year. So the capacity building Youth for Capacity program is anchored on 4 thematic pillars this year that have been tailored to the relevant context and priorities of each region. This year, the Youth for Capacity activities at the Regional Climate Weeks have been focusing and will be focusing on these 4 pillars: youth participation in skills development for a just transition, something we heard a bit about today. Meaningful, and here I would emphasize meaningful, engagement of youth in policy-making processes, how to transition from being at the table but being part of the actual discussions. Climate communications and community-led climate action is another of the pillars. And finally, gamifying system change, which is an interactive session on systems thinking that has turned out to be quite welcome and appreciated. Still, what has happened this year, last month at Africa Climate Week in Kenya, we saw a climate action-packed Youth for Capacity agenda, which was brought to life through a co-development process where international, regional, youth-led and youth-focused partners came together. Let's just go back in time to Nairobi for a minute, and I'll show you a video of what happened there.
Youth participation in UNFCCC process is essential. Decisions made today have a direct impact on whether or not young people and future generations inherit a world in which they can thrive, not just survive.
Young people are the greatest assets that the African continent has. And young people can be everything and anything.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to be in Kenya, Nairobi. We hope to continue advancing the position of African youth and all the young people around the world.
Engaging young people is not just bringing them to a conference, it's not just funding their participation, but it's also giving them the right background, the preparation, and the support for them to actively contribute to all the stages of the conversation.
The regional weeks present a good opportunities for the young people to air their views, to be involved, what they want the leaders to do, because in years to come, we are the one who will face the hugest, the biggest challenges, the climate change impacts.
Anyone attended the Africa Climate Week and the Youth for Capacity events? Who's not Roberta? You want to share your experiences? Please, go ahead, maybe a microphone. Un micrófono, prego.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
All right. My name is Martin Masia from Malawi. I am a young entrepreneur. I run a solar distribution business, working in energy access. I also actively work with the Rest for Africa Foundation as a member of the Youth Task Force, where we advocate for the active involvement of young people in the energy transition across Africa. Rest for Africa Foundation is a proud partner of Youth4Climate and the Youth4Capacity Hub. And at the recently concluded Africa Climate Summit, I think the previous slide, we were actively involved in the first session, which was the high-level opening of the, no, sorry, yeah.
It's a video. Let's just.
No, the previous one.
The previous one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So, which was the youth-led acceleration for the just energy transition and resilience in Africa, the first event, which I was more than happy to moderate. We brought on a couple of young representatives from various organizations that are working in the energy transition and climate resilience space to talk about the active role of young people in advancing the energy transition, but focusing specifically on the actions of youth and what various stakeholders can do in order to support them. This is a very important conversation, and it was great to hear from the actual young leaders that are in the communities that are leading these youth-led initiatives, actively in their communities, to learn about the challenges that they face, to learn about the opportunities that are present, and to see if we can chart a way forward. So I think aside from that, there were many other events that happened as well. There was the IRENA I-ACT workshop where young people that were present in the room had the chance to work with the I-ACT platform to design climate solutions, to have a taste for what it is like for fellow young people that are working in their local communities as they try and innovate and create solutions for that suited to the climate action in their communities. So yeah, overall, it was a great experience, and we are hoping that that feeds then into the greater framework of Youth4Climate and subsequently to COP as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights, and Rest for Africa was one of the key partners in Africa Climate Week, so thank you very much. So there was a reason why I said Youth4Capacity has been running in full swing. Now that we heard from what happened in Africa, let's talk about last week in Saudi Arabia for the MENA Climate Week, Middle East and Northern Africa. We saw actually the highest attended at any climate week till date. And the Youth4Capacity sessions were completely packed to a point that organizers told us that there were too many people and it became a fire hazard. So we had to restrict access, which is a bit of a shame, but that goes to show the interest in the Youth4Capacity sessions. We didn't have time to put a video, sorry, it was just last week, but there will be a communication product coming out soon. So far, we have all hopped onto this exciting ride that Youth4Capacity in the first year, but it has only been excited because of the partners that decided to work with us, particularly a big word of thanks and appreciation to the Ministry of Environment and Energy Security, and here you see a sample of all the partners that have been engaged. So that's a key feature of Youth4Capacity program. It's a co-creation initiative building on the strengths of different partners from youth themselves. So what's next in Youth4Capacity? So what's next? Next week we have the Latin American, the Caribbean Regional Climate Week, and and then the next month, in November, there will be Asia Pacific Climate Week in Malaysia. And then we will close this Youth4Capacity World Tour in Dubai at COP28. So if you're attending any of these events, any of these regional climate weeks, please do engage with the Youth4Capacity sessions. It's open to all young people present here. And it would be great if we also are told that we have too many people in the room. So please join us. If you can. So I explained a bit of all the hands-on capacity building activities we've been undertaking. So The next key activity of the Youth4Capacity program is targeted virtual knowledge and skill enhancement events, webinars, and or training sessions. One of these sessions or these activities is the Youth4Capacity Becoming. That's why we call it Youth4Capacity Becoming. It's a series which seeks to equip youth with the necessary knowledge, skills, and confidence to become influential change makers. Rooted in the belief that youth are vital catalysts for positive transformation, this virtual event, the Becoming series, aims to enable youth to unlock their full potential and contribute meaningfully to shaping a more sustainable and equitable future. So if you'd like to become a climate storyteller or an environmental rights defender, please do join these workshops. At the end of this month, you have more information there through the QR code, so you're more than welcome to join. Again, another show of hands. Who uses Instagram and TikTok? Okay, I was expecting a big show of hands. I just became aware of TikTok myself recently, and I'm learning to use it. I mean, I'm a different generation, but I'm getting the hang of it. So a space that you have taken up and made truly yours is the social media world. Over the next months and years, the Youth4Capacity program will seek to maximize the use of these outreach channels to promote youth-related and relevant capacity building actions. So if you haven't followed UNFCCC on TikTok, please scan the QR code and engage with us. So TikTok and Instagram, we were actively using it. So this brings me to the last but not least Youth4Capacity activity, which is the mentorship program. As mentioned earlier today by Mr. Simon Stiell, the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, this morning it is our pleasure to announce that starting next year, Youth4Capacity and Youth4Climate will join forces, minds, and hearts for the development of a new mentorship program. The mentorship program will deploy peer-to-peer learning models and equip young people with skill sets to become climate leaders in their community. So stay tuned for this mentorship program, and it's a great collaboration between these two sister initiatives, Youth4Capacity and Youth4Climate. To make this mentorship program fit for purpose, we need your help and we need your input. So I would like to start getting your inputs with the next question. If someone wants to share their views on this first question, what are the biggest challenges that you face with regards to building successful and sustainable climate action projects with your communities? Please feel free to share now your insights, or of course you can also use scan the QR code and drop your answers there. But if there are any answers or reflections on this question already, they would be more than welcome. Anyone? Okay, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Kevin Makova from Vega, Kenya. I would say on the first question, one of the biggest challenges to building successful and sustainable climate action programs and projects within the community is first, capacity. Interestingly, that's what you're addressing there. But of course, the other form of capacity is access to the resources and information. We have to be very specific which type of capacity we seek for. How can our peers help us through this climate action journey? I believe the first thing is collaboration and co-creation. We all come from very different demographics. We all face very different challenges. We all have different perspectives to problems and to solution making. And it could be interesting to have one young person suggest this solution and have an input from another one. And I believe this is something that can be scaled up in addressing, as I always say, local problems through local people and to local problems, but also having a global perspective to all these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I think you raised important points and keywords for the Youth4Capacity program, which is co-creation. But I see another hand here.
Hello, sorry. My name is Aisha. I'm COP28 International Youth Delegates. I think the biggest challenge is lack of data in my country. Because if I want to do a project about climate action, I need to have the data first so I can process the project. But I need to collect the data instead of having the data immediately. It will make the process much longer and longer. So this is the biggest challenge here.
Thank you very much. And I think when you talk about collecting data, it is linked to capacity building because you need to collect and know what to do with it also. Okay, thank you very much. Any last comments on this question? Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm Peace Bello from Nigeria. So I would say one of the biggest challenges would be manufacturing potentials for these projects. Most of the projects in Nigeria require importation of materials, especially for solar projects, although there are plans to have solar PVs, but the sustainability is not yet there. So I would say if there could be regional cooperation for implementing solar projects, I think that would be much more effective in terms of creating green jobs that will be profitable and sustainable.
Thank you very much. You talk about specifically of solar projects, but also scaling up. So I think you also need capacities for that. Thank you very much. Another, I see a couple. Let's take two more.
Hi guys, my name is Batushik, I'm from Mongolia. I think one of the biggest, and I think this is a bit of an ideological answer, I think a lot of people lack the incentive to work on climate-based projects. So say for example, if I want to initiate a project, which I've done already, it's very hard to find like-minded people. So there is a very strong need for I suppose, eco-literacy and the general need. I really don't like using this word, but we need to raise awareness. And it's kind of a dirty word at this point. You know, it's very general, doesn't mean anything, but it does mean a great deal. A lot of people need to realize that everyone has a responsibility when it comes to curbing the climate change crisis. So yeah, incentive is what I think.
Thank you very much. I think that I like the term you use, eco-literacy. That's a nice term. Please.
Hello.
Thank you for waking us up. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark and I'm from Malaysia. I think one of the biggest challenge would be when you're running a program, post of the program, how do you make sure it's sustainable? And especially when you're leading an organization, how do you think about succession? Because we can't be pushing things forever. I think many of us are doing this on a volunteer base, on a pro bono level. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Pravin Tripura from Bangladesh, and I belong to Tripura indigenous community. So if I talk about the first question, like the challenges with the climate action projects within my communities. So I find very few indigenous youth in my community actually who are aware about the climate change and other issues, because they are just busy with study, and after study they have to find jobs because from family, so they have to find job and they have to be busy with family and other stuffs. So there are very few. So to get like him to get like-minded young youth. And second thing is, as indigenous young people are not that much actually skilled in technical skills and also other things. So like in project development actually we need actually skills, right? So we are not that much expert in that. So that is why this is also a barrier. And another thing is when it comes to capacity, like related to it, like indigenous youth, young people has a very lack access to information, and also they have a language barrier. That is why there are lots of resources available online, offline, but the thing is like we have a language barrier. Like if we see that like if we want to enroll any courses on or anything, so that is on available on English. So yeah, still we speak our own language. My mother tongue is Tripura Kokborok language. So still in my country, so Bengali is a majority people's language. So there are some which is available in Bengali, but not in our own language. So yeah. So these are the challenges for the indigenous youth in my community.
Thank you very much for highlighting those very context-specific challenges. So I wanted to move a bit ahead. So given that the idea is for this mentorship program to focus on peer-to-peer learning models, I would like to hear from you on the next question. So how do you think your peers can best support you through your climate action journey? So peers meaning other youth or professionals in your area, how do you think can support you? Yeah.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Agustina from Paraguay, and I have a little bit of experience working with youth, and I think that there are some of us that are very privileged to be able to participate in spaces like this. So for me, it's very important that we can synthesize the information for the others and use our capacities to make it easier for the other ones who are still studying or are new to these spaces. But because of my own experience, I know that it is very difficult, and it's even more difficult when there are so many barriers like internet access or language. So I think all of us, we have a job to do it more easy and to pave the way for other youth. So I think just using our knowledge is quite enough.
Thank you very much, Agustina. I think, and our colleague there.
Thank you so much for this question. As a youth from Nepal, I do feel like we're much more privileged than most people in terms of climate action. Our constitution has a lot of, forward-thinking ideas in itself, and in terms of the action itself, we're getting there. But in terms of how we can support each other is through just, action that we do. Someone just asked earlier where we can get the data on climate change. Right now, we've had help. We can just talk about IPCC database. There's a lot of data out there for greenhouse emissions, stocktake, temperature rate changes, and I don't see a lot of talk going on. And there's a lot of tech people over here. Nobody mentioned that. So maybe mentioning those things that are hidden for people that are not in the sector, that is one way to help that out. And for tech people like us, non-tech people could translate what we do. And that is a give and take that can help communities and like people who are solvers. So that's my answer for that.
Thank you very much. Very important point, translating the climate change jargon into language, let's say that anyone can understand. And I think a lot of you are doing that already. So your lessons learned and insights for others would be very useful. A last one, yeah, please.
Yes, as the youth from Vietnam, I would say that those platform and forum like this is a very good opportunity for us to exchange knowledge. So in the future, like the youth from different backgrounds, different projects should have platform to share the knowledge and also share capacity to others. And another thing is that we are doing a project not to step on each other, not to compete on each other, but we're resonating the impacts of each others. And the youth, when we are working together, the new project should have to solve the problem remaining of the existing project. By this way, we can create a collective actions to solve the climate change issue.
Thank you very much. So multiplying the effect and the benefit from one project to another. Thank you very much. We still have a couple of minutes, so if there's one final question or insight to reply to this question, please.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Grace James from Nigeria. Concerning the last question, I feel like during the pitch session, I had a lot of people like come up with various ideas. Some are very similar. So I feel like if we can like collaborate together, even beyond here, I think it will be really good to carry out projects? Because I know, okay, so I'm into games. I produce games and sustainability, and I did meet someone who produces card games. So that's an opportunity for both of us to create something, to create like a chain of games that are based off sustainability. So I think that's something we can do.
Great, thank you so much. And how would you collaborate when you leave this place? So by email, exchange, social media?
Yeah, actually, social media,
Okay.
yeah, definitely.
Okay, excellent. Yes, please, last one.
Hi guys, it's me again. I think one of the best ways we can help each other is by working not only on region-specific problems. So for example, I see that there are a lot of people from different countries, and I'm almost certain that everyone's working on their own regional problems, problems that concern their local communities and their climate-specific situations. But I feel like if we work on each other's problems, and of course, you need to catch up with a lot of contextual information, but a fresh perspective and a very multidisciplinary perspective on a certain problem from someone who's coming from a very different region, a very different cultural background, can produce some very interesting results. So yeah.
Excellent, thank you very much. The last one, because Roxanne is already looking at me.
Hello everyone, I'm Cape Verdean, I'm Wadada. I create the Green Foundation for help my people in my community. I'm activity. I create biofertilizer for help the agriculture in my country. I give the tree for the farmers for help the produce more empower for the economy green.
Muito obrigado. Thank you. I think that's the last one we can take, but this has been a very productive session and very useful insights to fit into the design of this mentorship program. Thank you so much for sharing. Please be sure to scan the QR code and follow to provide additional answers to this question. And please, we invite you to follow all Youth for Capacity activities and updates on our webpage. Finally, to close, I would like to just recall what the Executive Secretary from the UNFCCC said this morning. As agents of change, leaders, culture makers, trendsetters, mentors, innovators, entrepreneurs, creators, educators, influencers, communicators, and collaborators, and possibly many more, young people are not just the future of our global climate action effort, but also in this area of implementation, the present. Thank you very much, and a round of applause for your engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alejandro. Right on time. Maybe this is the first conference in history where sessions are actually running on time. Thank you so much. I now hand over to Vladislav Kaim, Julia Iacovella, and Verania Chow for the presentation of the NDC checklist. If I can ask only the energy participants to stand up and head over to room 4. And then everybody can kind of move forward a bit to fill those gaps so that you can be closer to the speakers. And hello again to everybody that's following us online. Hope you enjoyed this session with Alejandro Kilpatrick from UNFCCC.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. My name is Verania Chow, and I'm the Global Inclusivity Advisor at the UNDP Climate Hub. I'm based in New York, and I'm really happy to be here with you today. Thank you for joining us in this session on youth empowerment and youth engagement in the NDC, the Nationally Determined Contributions process. We think it's a crucial area of work and information that maybe some of you are not very familiarized with, and we wanted to make sure that we take this opportunity to provide additional information of the process, to hear from you also in terms of how much you have engaged or how much you have been able to contribute to these policy instruments, and of course the implementation that it's happening at the country level. So that's basically the objective of today's session. I want to just mention that in terms of the agenda for today, we want to make this session very interactive, or as much as possible. And so we will start with an icebreaker activity. Then we are going to speak a little bit more about, the nationally determined contributions, to discuss what the NDCs open up as a process for us, for youth leaders and organizations. We also want to discuss a bit more about youth engagement in the NDC's processes, looking at a tool that UNDP and youth colleagues have developed. And then we will also motivate this interactive discussion and then a closing. So that's the agenda for this session for today. And I will now give the floor to Lakshmin so she can start with the icebreaker. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. How are you? So, Kelina, you got my first question. Can we move the slide? Oh, sorry, it's right here. Okay. So I'm going to ask you a few questions. So raise your hand if you know what a nationally determined contribution is. All right. Aisha, can you tell me what it is?
Okay, I know what it is because of the sessions that you give me in the USCDB, but I don't know how to explain it in English because I translate it in Arabic and then I study it. So.
All right, who can help Aisha here? Kadiatu, please.
Okay, so it's country-specific commitment to what they are going to achieve in terms of the UNFCCC processes and how they are going to go about it.
All right, thank you. Sarah, you want to add something? Okay, just the mic is coming.
Just only add that is part of the Paris Agreement, is one of the tools that the Paris established, and is for the countries, how the countries' contribution with the goals of the Paris Agreement.
All right, thank you, great. Do you have anything to add? Last one, sorry, last for this question, for her.
But I can speak in French if there are anyone who can help me to translate.
Alejandro can help.
Magali's here. Thank you.
Okay.
La contribution déterminée nationale, en fait, je pense qu'à la suite de la COP qui s'est passée à Paris, il y a eu des engagements. Toutes les parties ont pris des engagements, donc des actions à mener au niveau de leur pays pour pouvoir lutter contre les changements climatiques. Donc, c'est ce qui est appelé contribution déterminée nationale. Les engagements pris par chaque partie prenante pour lutter contre les changements climatiques.
Yes, so she was talking about how parties to the UNFCCC in the COP in Paris took engagement, and that the NDCs are reflections of this engagement from the parties, whether it's for mitigation or adaptation.
All right. Thank you so much. That was great. So now clap your hands if you ever participated in an NDC process. Okay, I see some hands. Here, Persis, can you share what happened?
So I participated in an NDC process in two capacities. And the first one was a professional capacity because I was overseeing the development of two technical consultancies that would inform the Ministry of Environment on how to, create the text for the NDCs. And the second one, I participated as a youth to be consulted in a consultative national process, which I feel very privileged that happened because I came to learn that my country and then another Latin American country were the only two countries that included youth consultations within their NDCs by that year.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So now, how many words related to nationally determined contributions can you find? I'm going to give you 1 minute. Wait, I'm gonna go back to you in a second. All right, time's up. So who found more than 3? Can you raise your hands? Okay, just one hand here, guys. Okay, 2 more there. Which ones did you find?
Monitoring, meaningful, emission, mitigation. Yeah.
Okay. Did anyone find more? Here, in the back there.
I found youth and plan. There's a short word PLAN on the third from this side, and then youth on that one. Other than that, same as that dude.
Anyone else? More. Aisha here. Okay, there.
Okay, there is also mapping, education, youth, and mission. Yeah.
All right.
And inclusive, which is going down. Yeah.
Have more? Okay, we have one more here in the front.
I'm gonna add mapping.
All right, amazing. So I'm gonna show you how many. All these. Yeah. So NDC, design, mapping, inclusive, mitigation, adaptation, meaningful, youth, emission plan, implementation, monitoring, reduction, green jobs, climate goals. So congrats everyone, I hope you enjoyed. I'm gonna pass back to Verania.
Thank you, Lakshmin. Let me just. Basically, this was really important for us to get a sense of, how much do you know about nationally determined contributions? How many of you have been involved? And the main reason for that is because it's really important that you engage in this process. And I'm going to share, a little bit of an overview of the NDCs to give you an idea of why this is so critical. So I hope you can see this. It's a bit tiny, the font, but I hope you can see. So basically, what I want to mention is that today we heard at least a couple of times that the Paris Agreement is our North Star, right? And I want to say that, the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, the national commitments or national plans are basically the backbone of the Paris Agreement and are also the gateway for ambition, for climate action and climate ambition on the ground at the national level. The other aspect that I also wanted to mention is that the NDCs represent, the short to medium term plans that requires a revision every 5 years. And the main idea of this revision is that every time countries need to enhance the NDC. So they need to be more ambitious in terms of their mitigation commitments, targets. They also need to be clear in terms of their adaptation measures. And this is a really great opportunity to embed and to include aspects such as youth empowerment and youth engagement, as well as other relevant social dimensions, for example, in terms of gender equality or the integration of key actors such as indigenous peoples, as we have been discussing today. So the point here is that the NDCs are really a good policy instrument to make sure that countries improve their commitments and always look for higher ambition. And the youth representatives, the youth organizations at the national level are a key driving force to make sure that that happens at the national level. The other aspect that I wanted to mention is that climate action, as I'm sure you know, it's really a very important opportunity to unlock other economic and social aspects or dimensions, and particularly to support in achieving the SDGs. I believe that we also heard several times today the need to connect climate actions, the NDCs as the policy instruments of governments with other development priorities at the national level. And this relates to the youth needs and the youth contributions. And that's why it's so important, again, that you are aware of this national policy process and that you are engaged in this process. Lastly, I wanted to say that the NDC process offers also a unique opportunity to integrate youth-responsive measures at scale, because these policy instruments includes basically all sectors. So it differs from a project that most of the times focus on a specific sector and at a specific location. NDCs look at basically all the sectors in the economy of that country, and it also addresses both adaptation and mitigation. So then again, it's another opportunity for youth to engage and to push for certain measures and concrete actions that are relevant in the different national sectors. Let me just move to the next one. And then I also wanted to share a little bit of what UNDP has been supporting, so you know about these and you can engage in these processes as well. So basically, as you may have heard, UNDP has an initiative that is called the Climate Promise, which is focused in supporting countries to design and to enhance and implement their nationally determined contributions at the national level. We have supported over 120 countries, particularly during the revision process, and we are also currently supporting countries in the implementation. We have seen a lot of interest in countries during the revision process. When countries were updating the NDCs, one of the key aspects that we noticed there was a change or a shift in this top-down approach that happened during the first generation of NDCs to the second generation of NDCs, where we notice a bit more of a bottom-up approach, or at least, the intention to bring different, for example, ministries, but also different non-state actors at the table to discuss through consultations and engagements. But what we see now is the need for a continuous work with youth at the national level, and not only to think as a one-off consultation, but rather create the mechanisms, the coordination mechanisms with youth to continue this dialogue and this conversation, particularly for implementation. But I also want to say that UNDP has many other initiatives that are focused on youth, and of course we have the Global Youth Program for Sustainable Development and Peace that has very specific and targeted activities. And I also wanted to mention, of course, the Youth4Climate initiative, which is our host for the past 2 days, and that it's a specific initiative to support youth empowerment. So I'm going to leave it there so we can continue the conversation with you, and please continue to be very active in this conversation and share your concerns, thoughts, or any aspect that you want to discuss with us. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Giulia Iacovella, a Youth Empowerment and Climate Analyst at UNDP in the Global Youth Team based in New York. I'm so happy to be here with you today, and I'll be your moderator for the next 15 minutes. So, as we just heard, and building up on what Varea just said, we know that in recent years, the global youth climate justice movement greatly accelerated climate action on the ground. However, when it comes to integrating youth voices into climate policy making, there are still some challenges, to say the least. There's actually a disconnect between this global movement and what actually young people can manage to influence the climate discourse and the policy making. This disconnect is a missed opportunity, and acknowledging this, UNDP has developed a new tool. The new tool is a checklist called On Equal Terms, and it's a checklist for policymakers and practitioners to establish a youth-inclusive NDC process. It builds upon the extensive knowledge that UNDP has and experience in working with different climate actors and youth organizations across the world, but also it is built upon a survey that was circulated back in April, and that collected the inputs of more than 300 young leaders from 78 countries, and was also peer-reviewed by 10 young leaders from different organizations and youth networks. So as I was saying, the aim of this checklist is to support policymakers and practitioners across different stages of the NDC process. Let's have a look at the structure. So these are the key steps of the NDC process. At least the most important ones when it comes to engaging with young people in a meaningful way. So the first one is actually the decision of the government to meaningfully engage with young people in the decision-making process, starting, for instance, by mapping youth organizations at the country level, disseminating information to let people know how to participate in the process, and also getting information out there, but also building the capacity of young people to meaningfully engage. And I think events like this one can show how we also support capacity building for young people and support youth-led solutions in different aspects of climate action. And then, yeah, of course, designing the NDC process in a sustainable way and in an inclusive way, and making this process sustainable in the long term. So one of the two findings from the survey highlight that almost 80% of young people, young respondents, highlighted the fact that they never participated in NDC process at the country level. And almost 62% highlighted this aspect of excluding young people voices from the NDC formulation as a structural problem. So I would like now to invite Amina, J, and Sahar here with me on stage to reflect on these findings and share a bit more about their experiences in climate action, in supporting young people in climate policy making and disease in their roles. So please join me, J, Sahar. I think by now they don't need an introduction. You already know them very well from this morning, from yesterday, so no need for formal titles, but thank you for joining me here. And I will start with a question for Javani. Given your experience from the Caribbean small island development states, can you share an example, an inspiring story from young people in the region and on how they contributed to raising NDC ambitions in the countries?
Yeah, thanks. You mentioned earlier on in terms of NDCs being the gateway. In fact, you know, I always like to give a challenge. So if you go onto YouTube right now and you type in 1.5 to stay alive, out of the first 3 responses you would see on YouTube, and then you'll probably tell me afterwards. And essentially why I mentioned this is that this was sort of a movement which started up back in 2015, where we know the birth of the NDCs, the Paris Agreement, and so on, where young people across the region, particularly from the Caribbean region, and it actually started in St. Lucia, where we drive this 1.5 to stay alive campaign, because this was at the core of what we know we wanted at COP26. Now you're wondering why am I rambling about COP21 back in the days and so on, but it was important in ensuring that we established this sort of visibility that young people were ready to take action. We were ready to take the keys that I spoke about earlier on to drive relevant action. And from there, now that we can say that, for examples from St. Lucia, Jamaica, for example, where we get involved in the 3 components, that is the review of the NDCs, the implementation, and also the tracking and monitoring of the NDC implementation. Because it's equally important as young people, we remain mindful that we should not just be part of the revision, but then when it's implementing, we're like, you know, a topping in the process. No, we need to be part of the core meat of the process. But it's important that we sort of develop that visibility. And I go back to this campaign which we started back in COP21 because this was key. Of course, we know what happened in COP21, and from there we've been able to do that sort of mapping, like you mentioned, where we've extended our network. We've set up chapters across the region who are now supporting. And essentially, we're now in a case where young people don't even have to go to us, to the governments, but rather they are now reaching out to us that, hey, we want you to support us in the NDC revision process. And with the upcoming cycle coming up, now is the time, which is why this checklist is quite timely. And like I mentioned before, that it's quite timely because it's important that we capitalize on this so that when the next round of NDCs come around, that we don't just say that, we were not included or so on. It's important that we now take the keys, utilize these resources to ensure that we are meaningful actors in both the revision, the implementation, and of course, the monitoring and evaluation.
Thank you so much. I think you just highlighted a few key words here, like campaigning, advocating for youth engagement, not just in one of the phases, but throughout the cycle of the NDC process. So I would like now to ask a question to Sahar. Given your experience with Yango, how do young people organizing at the UN actually impact and have an influence on the NDC and climate-related processes on the ground, especially given the different priorities and challenges at country level?
Thank you, Julia. So I think that since the morning we have been having really formal conversations. So I really want to have like a direct conversation in an informal way. So the NDCs is the one document that is most important for young people to be delivering on their rights, because it's actually delivering the Paris Agreement on ground for us all. And of course, how young people get included in the NDC's consultation is different. For example, the government in Pakistan would include young people differently than the government in Jamaica, for example, right? But also these things mean different to the young people at the ground as well. So the differentiated needs of young people from that region really counts a lot. And this is why they should be knowing that, you know, what we are advocating for does not basically impact only our today, but also impacting the future climate policies that we are making. And this is, I think that building on this point, then we can see how young people have been having an influence on making the NDCs more inclusive. So, for example, there was an NDCs analysis done by the UNDP, which was the previous document, which showed that how young people were mentioned when you also include children only 45% of the times. And then, of course, because of the advocacies, national level advocacies, that number increased in the recently updated NDCs. And I think that where we come from, we always experience different challenges, different regional challenges and local challenges. And this is why it's important that when you know some of the young people who don't have access to these consultations or to direct submissions to the NDCs, then we somehow convey that that input. And I think there comes the role of Youngo and working with different partnerships with, for example, UNDP and other organizations working on the NDCs to then include the inputs of these communities, so that the NDCs are really community oriented from the differentiated needs that the region needs and the young people in that region needs.
Thank you so much. Again, some inspiring insights from Sahar, especially on the importance of recognizing the difference in youth priorities and needs according to the different regions and countries. So from there, I would like to ask a question to Amina, given your role as the COP27 Youth Envoy last year. And I would like to know a bit more in which strategies or initiatives, projects have you been involved, especially projects supporting youth engagement in climate policy making and NDCs? Thank you.
First of all, I would like to congratulate you on these incredible efforts. I think it's so important to have the data to say and to hold countries accountable in terms of 77%, which means less than 20% of countries are actually including young people. And even if they do, it's not meaningful, it's not sustainable. And just as was mentioned, a simple revision of NDCs, whether it has young people in it or not. And this comes to the importance of what are the structures that are creating these NDCs, and the need to reorient these institutional structures so that there is at least a young representative, or not just one person, because as young people we are diverse, so you would have more of a consultative group or an advisory group or even a structure within governments that create or help in the co-design of the NDCs. And it's so important, and it's very timely now, because we know in COP28 there's going to be the global stocktake that is going to inform the next set of NDCs, and it has to be very concrete in terms of not just mentioning youth or not just having their inputs, but have a structure of young people co-designing the next set of NDCs. And this is how my experience came from. Because it is the first time that a young representative was appointed in a presidency, which is great, but it also meant that for the last 27 years, all the presidencies of COP did not have a young representative in there. And it was very important because it's a way to reflect in the perspectives and the proposed solutions of young people into the work of the presidency that is around designing and delivering COP, but also helping countries understand, or in a way negotiate or have outcomes, which includes the COP outcome decision or the political outcome that all countries at the end adopt once they reach consensus. And this is what we wanted to do in Egypt, which is find a way that there is a representative, but it's just the start of so much more to be done, of having youth input integrated into the outcome decision of COP. And we were also very lucky that we were working very closely with Yongo, and we were able to do throughout COP these roundtable discussions together with the negotiators, the ministers, and the chairs of the country groups, together with the young experts and professionals according to their expertise, having a roundtable focusing on adaptation, another one focusing on mitigation, and having this open discussion with them on what we see should be integrated, and then working together to have that in the political outcome decision, which mandates the next presidency to appoint a youth envoy, which also mandates country delegations to not just recognize young people, but to actually have them in official country delegations where they have a meaningful role in terms of influencing the negotiations. But also what we were hoping for, that this reorientation can then transcend on a national level. So countries either have their own youth advisors or youth councils or youth delegates, but it's not just for COP, it's actually for COP and the implementation of their commitments, which means the creation of NDCs that are delivered or designed with young people and also responds to their needs, to their proposed solutions, to what their communities and what their demographic is asking for. And I think it was a great experience to build on, but it's far enough from what we need so that our governments are delivering with us and creating policies or NDCs for young people. And this is very important as an accountability tool, but we also need to think about how can we do it in a way, or how can we reorient our governmental structures, whether it's ministries of environment or foreign affairs or whoever is responsible for the development of these NDCs. And one last thing I can share quickly is that in Egypt now, after COP, the Ministry of Youth, together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they established the first ever in Egypt a Youth Climate Change Committee that would work with all the ministries in the design of national climate programs and policies. And it is an independent structure, but the aim of it is to mainstream the input of young people who these different, and it's made of around 10 to 20 Egyptian youth coming from different disciplines and sectors, and the idea is to bring in their input directly into the planning of what the ministries are doing on all the work that is focusing on climate change in Egypt.
Thank you so much. Again, I think you highlighted the importance of co-designing processes and policies, and actually integrating and aligning climate policy with the needs of young people. So I would like to thank you and welcome Vlad here for the next segment. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Before we shake you up a little bit more again, you've heard a little bit already about global stocktake and how it's always used kind of together with the NDCs. To make it a little bit more relatable, why they matter together, let's think about this analogy. Global stocktake is a kind of exam given to you, 200 students who are countries, by a very strict professor called climate change. But the exam has one interesting condition. Every student ultimately will get the grade that the worst student gets. And the exam that you give in, the exam paper, is actually the NDC. And so in order to make sure that everyone gets the grade below 1.5 degrees, what do? You try to help them to see how they could design their NDCs with the support of wonderful people like you. So, let's see. Oh, green. All right. And so, but there is an issue with you guys even being mentioned in the NDCs of your country. So raise your hands if you are lucky to come from a country whose NDCs is actually mentioning youth at all in any capacity. Okay, I see 1, 2, 3 hands, 4. All right, let's hear a little bit from the few lucky ones. Let's start with you, Liz. How come it did happen that in Zimbabwe?
One, two. We are here. I'm tempted to stand up, should I?
Feel
Okay.
free to.
So how long do I have so that I don't continue talking? Because with NDCs I can talk. How
All
long
right.
do I have? A minute? 2
A
minutes?
minute is good enough, yes.
Okay, fine. Let's meet halfway. I'm a negotiator, 1.5.
Still 1. Coffee break is non-negotiable for the rest. So.
Okay. Can I negotiate with you? Anyway, okay, so with the NDCs in my country, actually, when we did the validation meeting the first time, our young people were not even mentioned. They were mentioned once as vulnerable groups, so the statement was like young people, people with disabilities, and indigenous communities. So this was the first validation meeting. I remember Chiagoze Ude was also in that meeting. We were not mentioned. So because we had done our consultations, and we told the Department of Climate Change that I think our consultations that we did, they should really contribute into this NDC's document. And since we are validating this document, I don't think we can actually say we have a final document if we are not going to consider the consultations that young people did put. So the Ministry of Environment, they gave us that leeway to then say, okay, fine, can you work directly with the consultants that are doing that have been doing this process to make sure that they incorporate what you have highlighted in your consultation. So the document had to go back again to the consultants, and the consultants started reaching out to us till up to date. Our document mentions young people 13 times, and they're also in the implementation phase.
Thank you, Liz. I also saw there was someone in the back raising their hand.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You waved your hand because you said that youth is recognized in the NDC of your country. How did that happen?
Was because the youth people put the suggest about the inclusion of the youth in the NDC. So we negotiate with the authorities and with the people that build the process, and they include us and child too. But that was the process.
Thank you. So as we can see, our decision makers have quite a steep mountain to climb still. But we will step it up a notch. Now, you will have 2 choices to make out of these all options. The NDCs are pretty long, interesting documents containing various parts. Some of them, for some of you, are of a greater priority than others. But no NDC is obviously perfect. So we would like to hear from you. First, raise your hands, those who think that the part of the NDC of your country that should be more ambitious is mitigation. Who thinks that mitigation in your country's NDC should have better goals, bigger goals? 1. You're surprisingly satisfied then, okay. What about adaptation? A little bit more. Okay, can we hear from the middle row there? Why do you think that would be the case?
Yeah, of course. Well, my name is Anna, and in the case of my country, I believe that the adaptation measures should be more ambitious because we talk about mitigation. We talk a lot about we're already causing to the environment and about what should be solved, but we are not talking about how the country could adapt to this situation and make better decisions, such as transition to clean energies, such as better ways of improving agriculture. And now we are one of the most like countries with most deforestation in the world, and we're not talking about stopping the use of land for agriculture or improving our decisions. So yeah, this is why I believe we should be more like trying to switch to renewable and more sustainable ways of like applying policies.
Thank you for sharing. Next one. How without it? The darling of ChatGPT mentioned by Jevony, climate finance. No one. All right. What about loss and damage? Who thinks it could be more ambitious in your country's NDC? And what about ACE, also known as Action for Climate Empowerment? This is one of the areas of climate negotiations that actually affects young people the most. Agriculture. Right, let's hear from you then.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that agriculture is more ambitious in the NDC in my country, Togo, because the majority of the population of my country is smallholders, and I think agriculture has a big part in our economy, so we need to be focused on that to find solution to implement the NDC solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Who of you thinks that your country's NDCs could do with an improvement on gender? What about the rights of the indigenous peoples? I see a hand up there. Over there.
Hi, so I am from Mexico, and we are from Mexico, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think our NDC has anything that is not mitigation and just transition. Like, I don't remember reading about agriculture or gender or finance or loss and damage. We definitely don't have loss and damage, so I think we could do a lot better because I don't think we have any of this except for mitigation.
Thank you. Since you mentioned just transition, who thinks that your country's NDCs could do with a better chapter on just transition? Anyone from like coal, for example, dependent countries or oil exporters? Yes.
Hi, Vlad. Sorry, it was just a quick backtrack to gender and indigenous people. I think I had one more response on this side.
Yeah, sure.
I actually forgot what I was about to say. In terms of gender, Mongolia is a very strange country. Women are naturally very empowered. They hold a very powerful position in the family, but it is traditionally a patriarchy. But there is no solid plan on how to how to spread gender equality, how to put it down on paper. It's just a very strange unwritten practice that we have as a country. Men in Mongolia tend to get left behind in most cases, which is something that's not the case for a lot of countries. Men in Mongolia tend to be the least educated. Women tend to be the most educated, but then in certain judicial contexts, men always have better rights. So I think that could balance out. Yeah.
Thank you. And the last one, who just thinks that your country that straight up needs a new, better NDC altogether? Yes, those are the most hands. All right, let's do a quick round, starting from there and then on this side.
Okay. Yeah, I think that that's the idea behind the NDCs, that they over time become better, more ambitious. So every single country could be benefited by having more ambitious NDCs overall. Yeah.
I think UNFCCC Executive Secretary would agree with you. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah.
I'm not raising hand for the entire NDC, but I just want to say that NDC for each country is a long document. So I'm not sure how many of us here have read the whole document to make sure that we understand our NDC in each country. That's why even though I want to raise hands in all of those components, but I was very conscious about whether should I raise or not, because we have to make sure that we understand our NDC very clearly before saying whether we need a new one or we need to update the current one. I think that currently in my countries, I have read our NDC. They have mentioned all of those components, but it's normally very general, and the word is like that, very common general words without very clear commitment or milestones in this NDC. So I would say that maybe they should improve the NDC by the way that they may not need to increase the ambition, but be clear on what they want to do and with more practical numbers on what they really want to contribute into the NDC. Yeah.
Thank you. And the last colleagues on this side, if there are any.
Yeah, quick, because I know it's coffee break. So I'm Magali from Seychelles. No, I just wanted to add as well that an important section of the NDC, actually in the Seychelles NDC, they talk about health, but I think it could be much more ambitious. And I think it would be interesting to put health in the little bullet points here as well, especially when you talk about the adaptation of the health structures, but also in terms of climate mental health that is not very present in NDCs, I think, in general. So yeah, just wanted to mention this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all of you, because also there are some of you who actually participated here in the audience, in the survey that ultimately laid the base of this checklist. And very soon it will go to the decision makers in your countries, and they will have no more excuses to say that they do not know what to do with you and how in the NDC process. And you know how to find us in the UNDP, to make sure that in your fight for climate justice, for better NDCs, for youth-inclusive NDCs, you actually have an ally, you actually have a tool at your disposal. And we wish you all the best, and hope that it will be useful not only for decision makers in your country, but also for you. And now enjoy your well-deserved coffee.